Mic check. Sorry about that. I'm having issues this morning getting online here. I was trying to roll out some stuff this morning, and then when I tried to, you really can't win around here. Like, you got to remember that I've got family and kids. So what ends up happening is, hold on here. Dude, where the fuck is Discord? God damn it! Hold on a second here. I've got I have a wife and kids and family. I was trying to push out some stuff this morning, and I went and turned the show on. Let's get right into it. Hold on here. I'll just switch right over here so you guys can see. I apologize for being on late this morning. I was trying to push out. I had a member yesterday ask, "Hey, or how did you know not to buy the open yesterday?" And this morning's another great example. Let's take a quick look at targets here. So there was major resistance on this opening bell here. We needed to get above 611.77 to go long, which of course we did not. So of course it's sell the open. We're looking to buy a dip, either right here or lower, right where we are. I want to show you this right here. I'm actually a buyer right in here. And there's one more buy spot lower than this right now. So I apologize for being late this morning. I tried to get online or try to get the show up and running, and I'm like, man, I can't get the show up and running. So I'm like scratching my head. And I went and found one of my daughters, and I asked her, and I had found that I had bots on my network. Everyone's like, my family's like, no, bro, we're not doing any of that stuff. And I figured out this morning what they're doing is they're running a pretty good VPN, probably the best VPN you can get. And then they're watching TV shows in other countries. And then when they turn it off, it's not really off. And not only that, ATT kind of knows what you're doing. They don't, but they do, because I do it from the router side. But they treat it still like it's happening, even though they can't see anything. So this morning, my network's being throttled. See if I can catch a dip here. I'm looking for a dip buy. It's either right here or right down in here. We have a pin on 6150 for OpEx, and we're too high in the market. So let me show you where we are here. I posted something about this on Twitter this morning and yesterday as well, after the close. So let's look. We have a pin here at 6150. It's right here. We have a pin for OpEx like right here. We're like parked like right here. So you can't get to that pin from this open, right? You kind of need to swing lower to even attempt to grab that pin for Friday. So we are selling off the bell this morning. Now, there is another problem here, which is next week. We should bloodbath into next week, like Monday, Tuesday, or at least Monday, Tuesday to the downside. So outside of this pin that we have on OpEx, to get to it by Friday, there's still more doom expected into next week, early week, midweek, something like that. So you want to be careful here, like today, tomorrow. Let me just show you where this is. Now, I personally want to see 606 if possible. But it's possible we stop right where we are. So this might be it for now, and then we go up there, hit that pin, and then we come back down to nail that 606. Let me show it to you guys. Hold on here. Oh, wrong side here. Trying to look at for some reason I'm not getting the I'm getting weird, like, I don't know what the fuck that is. I can't see anything. Hold on here. So I think I drew this out for you yesterday. I really want to see this like 606. I'd really like to see like the 606, yeah, buyer below. So somewhere down in here, I want to be a buyer. To trade this this into Friday like 615-ish. I think it's somewhere in here for the OPEX pin. So we'll see if we can buy a dip here today. We've got today's Thursday, so we'll see if we can catch a dip here. Looks like they're already trying to buy it right now. I wanted slightly lower. Spy. Sorry about that. Give me one quick second here. There's nothing quite like a fresh sharpened pencil. So this morning I'm like, what the fuck is going on my internet? I'm like, this is absolutely fucking crazy with the internet. I'm like, this happens to me frequently. There we go. There might be a little bit more down over here. Just a little bit more. There's still some more down we could go here. 12:45 on Thursday.
China and Russian foreign ministers meet during G20 meeting.
There's like one more. It was fairly close to the gap, wasn't it?
China and Russia to deepen strategic coordination is what Wang Yi says. So again, China's Wang.
Could be one more slam down here. One more before we go. $10.30. Time is right now 10. Right about there. Something like this. This is where I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer here. I'm a buyer right here. So I'm buying here and I'll add down here. For a pin, we got a pin like 6150. There is a bigger problem though, which is bottom right hand screen. So this is where I'm a buyer down in here. This was from yesterday. We've been tracking this all week, trying to be a buyer down here. And this is where the pin is. So I should make that a little bit lower. Now, this is where the issue comes in. Friday at some point, If not even now. We might not even get this. I mean, we basically have this pin here for Friday, but I wouldn't trust it after 9:30, 10 in the morning. We may pin into it till 4 p.m., but I wouldn't trust that pin after 9:30, 10 tomorrow morning. From that point, I would be a seller down into next week. And then Rubner gets his this Monday the 24th. This is where Rubner wants to get his doom trade. Which I don't think he gets it, but I understand the concept of it. So if we break below, yeah, keep on going, baby. Keep on fucking going. So like there's a pin here, right? This pin that's over here for OpEx is a window of, I don't want to call it a window of weakness because it really isn't. This fakes out bears all the time. All the time. It happens all the time. What ends up happening is we come up here, right? We do this pin thing, and the sellers come in trying to say, yeah, market's free to move. Let's get underneath and blast it down to the depths of hell. But until that happens, it's anyone's game. It's not just a seller's game. You can't come into OpEx, every OpEx, and say, which is what people do. They say there's a window of weakness. So I'm like, we're in a bull market. That window of weakness usually leads to more uppies, not downies. Every once in a while they do. We're in seasonal weakness right now. So if there was a time to do it, it's anywhere from like now into mid-March. So they want to get this done now. Do you know why? You may or may not know why. The reason they want to get this done to the downside right now is to limit end of year upside. So if you're like a GS or a JPM or anything like that, you want to commit. Like, so let's go to the base case here. If you're an institution, right? Let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning. If you're an institution, right? If you're an institution, this is where collars come into play or hedging comes into play. If you're an institution, you want, month over month normalized returns and maybe 1 or 3 months of volatility. So if you're an institution, you attempt to make the market, if we're in a bull market, trade kind of like this. It's fairly simple concept. And what they want is if they have, let's say they have one bad month, then they have one outsized month. They can sell you, financial advice, right? Keep your money with me and I'll give you regular returns consistently over time. Oh yeah, we had one bad month, but we hedged it. So I made you some more money there. We also had this one outsized month. So I can sell you services, right? I can say, hey, look, I've got this portfolio, and year over year, over 20 years, it has an average return of 20%, let's say.
As sobering as the CPI number.
Right. If you were to have something where we had real price discovery, right, you'd see like the markets like Zimbabwe, right? Way over here, way down there. All kinds of this and that and nonsense. How do you sell that to people? You can't. You can't sell that shit to people. You'd have like JPM telling you, woo, we returned you like 300% this month. Yeah, bro, we lost you 500% this month. Don't worry, though. You hold on, man. And our money managers are going to make your money back. Woohoo! You get what I'm saying? So remember that the banks want this. And if we break below that trend, we enter a bear market. You're fine with that. Right? They'll sell you that program, right? Your financial advisor gives you that program. So banks try to limit volatility and price discovery up or down. Some of you think that you want price discovery. The fact is that you don't. That is not what you want. So there are different programs put on the market to keep it relatively in line. Does that make sense to you? I call it parking the bus. So they want nothing more right now, right? To put on trades, exit trades, right? So we're in this like park the bus moment. And what's the market trying to do right now? Wrangle us into a price, right? Right? Swing it high, swing it low, swing it high, swing it low. And then as we come into after OpEx and they're now placing their bets, the market is slightly free to move. It's not a good thing to say, well, if it was a bank, and particularly in this case, a bank does not want the market to print 625, 620, 650, like July. They want that to print end of year, right? Window dressing. Hey, markets went up, X amount of percentage. We're within this range, right? You understand? Like consistent returns over time. Now, they're wrong a lot. If you ever look on previous years, when you get outlooks from these banks, they tell you something like, we're going to print, by end of year, we'll print 625.
Natural gas change, PCF.
And of course, they get blown out. They get blown out when we turn into a bear market. Every time we go to a bear market, they give you an outlook that's in that range. The market's going up 7% or 20% in the year or whatever. And that they miss that too. So you can't trust these banks to know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're going to try their best to wrangle this market in. But they're not always winners in this, are they? Yeah, that's right. Keep turning up. Keep on trucking, baby. So keep on turning up. We got to watch this really closely here because this here, if you're in the Discord and you took that trade with me, you want to be paying very close attention at this moment to being trapped in here. Okay, so as we're coming higher right now. Anyways, we got to talk more about this. We're not finished with this conversation. It's a very important conversation for you guys to understand because there are a lot of people and services out there that'll sell you doom. They love it. They know they're going to get market movement. This is an important concept here. So as the market's free to move for a period of time, right? A service can sell you the thesis or idea that there's a possibility of market crash or correction or whatever. And they don't care if they're right or wrong. They can just say, oh, look, you got your down move, bro. It's right there. Even if we break out higher. If we break down, even better. So if I was selling volatility as an asset class, or if you were emotional and scared and bearish and all these other things, this would be the type of service you would sell. Every time you come into an OPEX, you're going to say to your membership, hey, man, we can crash here. Correct. Staircase down. Elevator down. I don't know if it's going to happen, but this is our opportunity, bros. Does that make sense? So, there is potential for that, right? Is it bearish, though? No. Are the banks often wrong? Yes. They often are. So what you need to pay attention to as we come in now, there's a few things you need to understand. We are coming into a very weak part of the year. So this is like big time. If you're a bear or you're a volatility asset class seller, this is your time to shine, and this is the time for a bull to step behind. So does that make sense? So if you're a bull, you're like, you know what? Well, I'm going to step back a little bit. You know they're going to take over at some point, and they're going to begin to win. And that's either going to be right now. It eventually will become a reality into mid-March. They will win. They win every year. There's not many years that I've seen where we haven't had a seasonal low. Either in February, March, or April. There's like this window for the market to get long. So what does that mean for you as a bull? It means that you let the bears come out and they, drink beer and they shave their chests and they come out and they'll tell you things like, ooh, we got you, bro. We trapped you. Whatever. I think they do trap some bulls. I'm sure you meet bulls out there that are like, yeah, I was long as fuck and I got caught up in it. You shouldn't be that bull. You should be the bull that's just waiting. Last year in particular, too.
Compared to the prior draw of 100.
Mute this for a minute here because this is more important than anything this guy is saying. Last year, what we did was, in this time frame, we broke out and above. We actually broke out instead of down in February. I think we were weak the last week of February. But it was just a bull. It was just a bear trap. That's all it was. We cranked into April 1st. But we still got our seasonal low. They blasted us down like the entire month of April. So the easy way to trade this is your hands off from now into late April. Whether they're right now or they're right later. Oftentimes, like last year, you'll see bulls get angry. They'll say things to you like, but Cap, we went up, bro. I missed that whole trade, bro. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is if you're taking like 3-4 trades a year, that you're ready to rock whenever it happens, whether it's now, whether it's middle of March, whether it's late April. You just want to be there because it's a consistent money winner. If you take that trade every year in a bull or bear market, you're going to pay your internet. You're going to pay your electric. You're going to pay your gas. You're going to pay your mortgage. You're going to pay your insurance. You're going to quit your job and never have to work again. Does that make sense? So it's very important for you as a trader to not get caught up in the fear, to not drink the Kool-Aid, and especially as a bull, to be prepared for when that dip comes. Have some dry ammunition, right? What was that? Dry powder, right? Be ready for it. Don't get caught up in if we squeeze and break out and up right now. Let's say we break up. Don't get crazy. Have some powder available for that eventuality, no matter where it is, to take that trade. That trade is one of the best trades of the year. Period. There's like 2 or 3 of these. You get one in the spring. You get one in mid to late summer. And one more dip buy in the fall, usually. And you usually catch some kick-ass prints into the holiday season or early January or even Q1 of the next year. Does that make sense to you guys? So it's important for you to just be aware of this stuff. Now, as far as OPEX goes, and Vixpiration and the seasonality of the doom you're going to read about and consume everywhere. I mean, this morning, yesterday I saw a thumbnail that said something about identifying a bear market. That was one thumbnail that I saw yesterday. I mean, they went all out. Fuck it, we're going into a bear market. Then I read something this morning. I saw a thumbnail that said the stock market's going to crash because of World War III with China. I think you guys know who put that one out. There's a famous bear on YouTube, and he put out like a China World War III bear market. I mean, they're going all out right now. They're going to throw you the kitchen sink. They're going to tell you that the comet is coming today, and it's going to blow up New York City, and we don't fucking care because we know we're heading into some seasonal weakness. I'll be right. Even if it takes time, I'll be right. So I'll post all that shit, that doom. And whether I'm right today or I'm right in April, I will eventually be correct. So what do you do from here? Do we break out in a way, or do we break down in a way? Right? Do we start this seasonal weakness now, or do we not? Well, we're sitting on an island at the moment, aren't we? You can see that we're parked right here. Whoop, they pushed us up. Right? We know we've got OPEX up here pinned. Right? Come back up here. You trade these edges. Right? Up, down. Unless we eventually begin to break below. Makes sense? If we're going to head down for that seasonal low, you're going to be looking for that break of support, right? How do you find those breaks of support? They're right here, right? Let's see if we can do this together here. We know that we've got the daily trigger, right? Here, I'll just delete that for now. This is the one that they want. They want all this right here. You see it? This is the doom that they want. They want that seasonal low, like right fucking now. If you just speak to any bear right now, they want that fucking doom right there. That's what you ask any of them, that's what they're talking about. Right? In my view, you can't trade this until what? Until all these buyers disappear, right? You can see them. Right there, and right here for right now. So right here, we're right here. This is where the pin is. I want to see if they hold this pin and if we break up and out. So take a long above that pin. Buy the dips, and you put a stop underneath. Make sense? Then we switch to what? We switch to seasonal sellers. Does that make sense? So we switch to seasonal selling if we break below what? Roughly 608, 602, somewhere in here. We become seasonal sellers. But not until then. Not until then. And there's something else we can posit here too. If we know we're going to get a seasonal weakness, regardless of what happens here in OPEX, we know that the bull's time in market is still limited, isn't it? So it's either price or time. Right? Always say that to yourself. Price or time. I'm buying dips and known support. Here and here. Right? If they fail, let's say I buy a dip, hit my stops. Right? Come down here, buy another dip. Oh, failed. Hit my stops. Okay, now I'm going to switch to a seller. You know, when we break below, they always give you a chance to get out. You're Johnny on the spot, ready to party to the downside, right? And then we come to time. What are we looking for? Probably mid-March. Switch to an hour. The bulls likely have, if we know for a fact that no matter what the bears win, we're going to give the bulls to about when? About the 14th. Do you know why? We'll put another one in there. We'll put March 1st. Why is that one important? We already know, right? They're setting up. The bears are already setting up, and it's not just bears. You've got budget, right? You've got policy being enacted on the 1st. You've got Trump saying we've got tariffs, reciprocal tariffs, but those don't actually go into effect until when? March 1st. We get budgets and separate budgets being proposed and voted upon. We've got NATO stuff coming out. We've got Brussels stuff coming out, right? We've got all these market policy, geopolitical things happening between now and mid-March, don't we? So we either have time or we have price. Does that make sense? We begin to break below. Before we get to March 15th, we become sellers. Check mark. If we don't break below and we actually break out and above, we know that we have some time to what? To hit some of this stuff, don't we? And if we're going in here to mid-March for that 625 or 620, we want that exposure when we can get it, right? And then we break down, eventually breaking down below. We know that we have to get bearish as fuck, don't we? They're going to party our asses. What's great about this is what? I told you what the banks tell you that the market's going to be for the year and how often they're wrong. They're wrong all the time. They're wrong if we're going to switch to a bear market. They're wrong if we're going to stay in a bull market. They always come in under. So why would a bank want to sell us here? Because they don't want to see us trade what? They want to see us trade this 620, right? Then your doom trade, your seasonal low might not be that low, huh? And all of a sudden you're trading up in the summertime to 650. Big boy time, right? Well, all the way out here in June or July, right? Well, we'll just do it like this. There's July, mid-July right there, right? Kind of on track, aren't you? Kind of look at it like this. Staying in our bull markets, right? Squeezing us up. Then you get, oh, they kept you on it again. Here's your weekly trigger up here. Oh, maybe we get all the way down to 95. If you check puts right now, right, there's no print on puts below 585. You know that there's no money. You have to go lower than that 85 down here. So you do that one, then you do this one up here to 650, and now they want their fucking doom, don't they? They do not want to see that. They do not want to see 680. They don't want to see 720. They don't want to see any of that. So they're going to take their shot at it right here. They're going to take their shot at it again in July. They'll do anything that they possibly can to rein this market in, to trade, 650 maybe end of year. So you got to be aware of that. In the coming weeks. This is local support, by the way, what we're back testing right now. Hold on here. Sorry about that. We're going to take another stab at it here at 10:30, okay? So be careful of this 10:30. They love selling this 10:30. Is that 10:30? No, yeah, here's 10:30 right here. Be careful of this like 10:30 sell. So where does that put you as a trader? The easy trade for you is to not care if we go higher from here, if the window of weakness is more a window for more uppies, or if it's more window for downies. Like if we get like the doom trade for the end of Q or for end of third month of Q1 early, don't worry, just be there waiting. You need to have cash ready, whether it's now or if it's in end of April. So you just have to be ready. That's it. You could stop trading today. This doesn't sell subscriptions, does it? It doesn't sell subs. You could wait, literally close your laptops if you wanted to and not care where price goes. As long as you get that nice significant correction or corrective move that everybody's happy with, either now or towards the end of April. You're going to get seasonal support in that time period. If any of you have seen the Larry Williams, have any of you seen read the Larry Williams report for waves and cycles this year? Any of you guys know what I'm talking about with this? Fairly easy to see where the support in the market is this year, right? You have some support coming in when? Late April into, I believe, mid-July, and then you get a monster cyclical and wave together for end of year, and sometime I believe in mid-September. I could be wrong on that, but and he made a point to say that he does not know, or he doesn't like price, and that he doesn't. His thesis on this early Q1, Q2 was that he didn't know if we would print like the 680, 720 into end of year, or if we would print the bank expectations end of year. All he knew was that the strongest trade was late year, regardless of price. And he said there was still support early year, but he didn't know what the price outcome end of year was. So if you're looking for those cycles or when to buy a dip, I would say to you that price doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we trade up to 620, 650. It doesn't matter if we blood right now down to, I don't know, 500. It doesn't really matter. It only matters that you have a cycle low. I believe it's end of April. And then you have a cycle and wave low, I believe, late August and mid-September, somewhere in there. So take your focus off of price would be the next point. Don't think about where are we going to trade 680 cap? We're going to trade 720. We may not. Doesn't really matter. What really matters is that you're making money on those bounces, right? You're down there buying those bounces. If you can learn that as a trader and investor, then bull and bear cycles don't matter to you. You don't care which cycle we're in. We could be in a bear cycle, and you're going to know that you'll see, who's the guy from New Mexico? Famous trader. I think he's out of New Mexico. What's his name? I swore he was out of famous hedge fund, maybe? What's the famous hedge fund? He's got the I forget what his name is. There's some guy out of New Mexico, and whenever we're inside of a bear market, he is like, I am so bearish. we're gonna trade $0. We're gonna SPY's going to zero. He's like, but we're oversold. I'm long here for the next month or two. I forget his name, but he's like a famous bear. He goes on CNBC, and even in bear markets, he realizes that there's still cycles, up cycles in a bear market. Dan Niles, that's who it is. You got it, Dan Niles. He doesn't. Dan Niles is like famous for this. And like the market's usually ripping on the day that he comes out at 4 p.m. and says it. He usually comes out the day of the turn. It is like, well, we're super bearish. We think SPY's going to zero. And we think there's more down to come, but right fucking now today, we're oversold. So god damn it, we're in call spreads. We'll switch to sellers soon. Now, when you go back and look at those major lows, whenever that bear cycle ends, they were actually buying the stock market. They weren't just doing call spreads. They were doing literally buying of the market. So whenever we get out of those bear cycles, you can actually tell where they were buyers in those seasonal lows. They're like buyers for years at those points. They're the market makers. They're the guys that are down there at the bottom, scraping the bottom, while they're telling you more doom, more doom, more doom. They're actually DCAing those bottoms. Even if you don't believe that, that's truly what's going on. So, pay attention to that when we actually do get into a bear cycle, that you're thinking about doom and they're thinking about get it as low as they can possibly get it so I can buy those fucking things and then sell it back to these suckers on a top, right? As the market's losing Momo. He's from New America. He's from New America. God, oh God, it's so terrible right now. I saw that Trump shit yesterday. I was like, what world are we living in right now? Like, who wrote that? I don't even think he wrote that. I think that was what's his name that wrote that post. Who's the Trump who's Trump cabinet? Who the fuck is who's the guy? Who's the Trump cabinet nominees? Who's in his cabinet? What's that guy's name? He's the guy he's always fucking with the let me see if I can find this guy. Hold on here. I forget this guy's name. Trump advisor, maybe? Not cabinet. He's an advisor. Yeah, what's this fucking guy's name? I think it was Stephen Miller. He had to have written that post. That post had to be a Stephen Miller post. He's like, I got the one that's gonna get everybody angry. I got it. You want to piss everybody off? I got one for you. It had to be him that wrote that post. Be careful. This low sweep down here is definitely possible. You're going to take anything off you can. We're coming into currently coming into or we just can't. This is the resistance on this is the resistance on support. Bears want to keep you underneath right here. Bears do not want you, sellers do not want you getting above this right here. They want to keep you, this is like, keep you out of trend. Right there. This is, sellers do not want buyers back in the box. And the box is up. And this would be the Rubner trade. They want to get the sell party started right now. Who's Stephen Miller? he's going to make sure that he's going to Fort Knox to make sure the money's still there. I mean, I don't like Stephen Miller, but I got a friend that I have a real friend in real life that has the exact same mannerisms as Stephen Miller, and he's a real fucking douche. He's a good friend of mine, but he's a real prick in real life too. He's just like Miller. Where is he from? The Midwest? Maybe we check. I gotta find out where he's from. He's from Santa Monica. I'm surprised. He's from SMA. I'm actually surprised. He gives me the vibes of Minnesota, like a Minnesota nice. Burnt Rubner. Yeah, he wants his trade really bad. He wants it at least. He wants it by. He wants to come out by. He hasn't come out anything public, so I'm assuming that Rubner wants to come out and go, yeah, I was right. I know I said the 14th, but today's the 22nd. I was right by the 22nd. Rubner has to have a victory lap. I guarantee he stays quiet until he gets it. I guarantee Rubner won't say a fucking word if it takes him until April fucking 30th. Yeah, I'm just fucking with him. I figure he's gonna get it, but I know he's gonna be right eventually. So I'm just like rubbing it in. Come on, Rubner, get your fucking trade in. Someone or BBG yesterday said, what did BBG say yesterday? I think this might have been Rubner. Hold on, let me read you what BBG said. BBG yesterday. I thought this was great. Yesterday, BBG said, what did they say? They said, I think this was yesterday. Hold on. You can guarantee this was Rubner, had Rubner written all over it. It didn't have his name on it. Hold on here. Why the fuck did it say this? 18th, 19th, 20th? Hold on here. There was some shit. There was some post from that I think was Rubner, and it said flows are drying up, something like that. Just a matter of time. It was something really short and sweet. It was like flows are. That's what I posted on Twitter this morning. Was the flows drying up over the next few days? So like they're gonna get their down move. I can't find the post. There was like an update like yesterday or the day before. I can't find it. I don't know where the fuck it is, but it was I thought it was kind of funny. It was like 2 or 3 lines. It was like, we will have our vengeance. Oh, you did? Yeah, I do too. I like fucking with him. He's a good trader. Like, I want to be crystal clear here. Like, Rubner's a great trader. He's going to be right. I just don't know when he's going to be right. I don't know if it's this week or next. So I figured I would do the shit posting until he is right. Oh man, so bad. It's such an easy call. It's such an easy call to be like, it's too easy to be like, yeah, we're gonna start crashing here soon. Maybe I should just make all of the thumbnails for my YouTube videos like more absurd as we get into late April. I was thinking of that. I was thinking about like starting with like slightly bearish thumbnails, and then like after I saw the bear market and the World War III one, I figured we'd lead up to something like that, where like we like the last like April 30th will be like a collage of like World War III stuff and Civil War and Revolution and a comet coming through and like lead up to it. And And then all of a sudden we'll do one with like a pony and rainbows on May 1st. We'll start with just like a pony. And then we'll do like one rainbow. And then we'll do I don't know, we'll do a bunch of crazy ass shit, clouds, and we'll do grass, and then we'll put flowers in it, and then we'll put a unicorn out there. We'll put a Pegasus, something shit flying. I know it's headed this way. So bad. I'm such a dick. People think I'm a fucking asshole. Hold on, I'll find the post. I'll find you the BBG post. Hold on, I'll find the BBG post. I'll find it. I'll clip it and post it in the Discord. Yeah, we got tax season too. We got to put taxes on there. I forgot we got a whole bunch of like volatility. We have the narratives are vast. It's like we've got tariff narratives, taxes narrative, which is true. My taxes are fucked up. I'm like basically poor right now with the taxes I have to pay this year. Like literally like poor. Well, I'm not poor, but I'm kind of poor with the money I have to put out this year. I told my wife and kids that this week. I was like, nope, you're all cut off. I'm like, you guys are all cut off until after tax day. But that's another, like, there's all these like vol arguments for like tax day and all that kind of stuff. You're going to see the last of the selling in stocks that have underperformed. You'll see some stocks that'll rip, though, of course. Single issues. There'll be no flows and no money into the market because everyone's paying their taxes. Sorry. Hold on, I'll get to the BBG thing. Let me get this here for it. And I got some more OpEx stuff for you guys. I'll read to you here in just a moment. Here, let me see if I can find that for you. That fucking the flows dry up shit. Where is that fucking post? I gotta find it because I thought it was kind of hilarious. Cash levels lowest level in history. God, they fucking try to scare you so much. It like never fucking changes. Where is this fucking post, man? It was something like only a matter of time. It was brutal. It was like the bear that locks himself in the basement and comes out for a check. Like unchains himself from the wall, like for the 14th, goes down to the basement, comes back up on the 16th, takes a look around, we're still on highs. So he's just like, don't worry, the flows will dry up soon, then goes back down to the basement, locks himself back in the basement. I can't find the fucking post. I had it. So I don't know where the fuck the post is anymore. All right, I can't find it. All right, whatever, it's gone. All right, what are you guys saying? They're gonna try to drop it right here. Watch out. Watch out for a big drop here. And note the gamma flip is somewhere in here, so we could party. It might actually be below gamma flip. I gotta check. Let me just check really quick. I know the gamma flip's been running higher. It's roughly the same place. It's like right here. Watch out for a bloodbath here. They are probing, baby. Scraping. Nope. I don't want to leave that. They want it so bad. Look at them. They're like scraping the depths over here. Hold on a second here. You know what I do kind of find kind of funny down here is that everybody's bullish on highs. Nobody's ever bullish on lows. Everybody's like super bulled up on highs. Roar! Nobody's ever like, yeah, let's buy this fucking dip down here. I'm the only one down here alone. I'm always the down here alone. I'm always down here alone. It's always like I always feel like I'm alone down here. 11 o'clock, 11:30. Come on, Bears. You've got until 1:30. Man, maybe 2:30. They got a lot of time on their hands, don't they? There's 12. There's 12:30. There's 1. There's 1:30. Yeah, right there. That's their range. See it right there? Like they just want to scrape the fuck out of it. They actually don't want to do that. They want to do that. And that's the one where I'm like, oh shit, I could be in trouble. I don't know. That's a cross and skull. Is that better like that, maybe? What do we got here? Tesla. Don't worry, don't worry, I'll sell you my calls. Lulu? I haven't looked at it yet. QQQs. Oh yeah, they're nasty. VIX 9-day. That nice little VIX reset going on. Look at that. VIX is looking good. VIX 9-day looks really nice and healthy here. It sold all the way down to $11.43. Here's VIX 9-day. Looks like we want to go down some more. VIX 9-day is bullish. Coming back to retest the highs right now. If VIX breaks above 1557, it's going to get messy. There is some supply here on VIX 9-day. There's a wick. Did I write that right? I'm loading the fucking boat here right now. Just bought that one too out of here. Yeah, I got to look at that. I meant to look at that this morning and I didn't get a chance. Let me look at that really quick. Yeah, that's the beginning of fair value, though. 70.43. Hold on here. In a second here. Palantir. What do you got here? TNX. 10-year yield. Let's look at that. See what that thing's saying. Oh, nope. Check out the dollar really quick. And I labeled it DX. I labeled it DIX for some reason. What's going on here? Dixie. It's not Dixie. That's DXY. Good. All right, that's it. Gone. I'm having issues today. DXY. 40. And Dix is recovering now. TNX. We're on TNX in this one. Palantir trade 95. I think it trades at least 70, if not 64, 65. I know you guys don't want to see that. $604.50. That's what you guys want to see. $604.50. Yeah, I got 604.98. You could do 50. Want to do 50? Catch that fucking. Market isn't doing a fucking thing. Wednesday, Thursday. TNX fucking around. Dixie on the high. VIX. I keep trying to buy that VIX right. Getting smashed. Watch out for a squeeze. Watch out for a market squeeze here. Might start squeezing. There. Over there so we can see where they don't want us. VIX being sold right now. Sorry, I don't know if it's on. Let me check. My bad on the news, Squawker. I apologize for that. It's back on again. Apple's Tim Cook gets on his hands and knees and sucks off Trump's ring this morning. Just a heads up on Apple making the deals. What else do we have here? Let me just read a few things to you guys. I apologize for I'm chatting inside the Discord right now, and I shouldn't be doing that. I apologize. Let me just check one quick thing here.
Just seeing here from X, a reporter on X saying Senator Susan Collins on government funding discussions with Democrats, saying that time is running out.
It can't be added
we appear to be
as an option to a pre-existing one. I only asked because of the indicator limits in TradingView for free or cheaper accounts. That's a good point.
That's from a Politico reporter on X.
Multiple versions. I gotta make a quick phone call. Give me like 2 minutes there.
A high rate of 4.245%, 4.245% with a Bitcoin.
By the way, watch this candle. We got support here at 1445, and we got sellers above at 1557. So if you just watch my cursor in the bottom side, like here, there's sellers, but there are buyers right here. So we're like doing this whole back and forth. There is a gap to fill down below. But we are bullish on VIX, so there is some doom coming at some point, either today, tomorrow, or over the weekend. What is with my fucking... What'd you do? my phone turns off for like 2 seconds and it's like 30 fucking messages. Give me that fucking. Where's Bork? Hey, I just sent you. I just sent you different configurations because you can't add, or we can't add, um, like tools from top and bottom together. But that I would have to write. I think like we would need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different versions. But can you look at what I just sent you and tell me if that sounds right or if that looks wrong or something? I don't know. I think so. Well, you're saying like let's say we only wanted to use let's say you only wanted to use like Trevor's pivots in one tool you could. So if you're a free user, you're only. Does this look right? Like this many different tools? I think it does, but I'm not sure. With channels, without channels. Triggers, triggers with channels. Dude, that code would be fucking stupid. I don't know if I can write that code. That would be what is that? Like fucking 3 or 4 thousand lines of fucking code or something insane. It's gotta be something stupid.
Poland's task says, let's finance
I don't.
for
I don't know
Ukraine.
if it'll run on TradingView or not. What's that? It's only premium and discount windows. doesn't not the full tool, and I have to work on it some more.
So again, that's Poland's Prime Minister Tusk saying, let's finance aid for Ukraine from frozen Russian assets.
Do you have access to the dev account or no? We can take a new snapshot of the other. Fairly easy to change the snapshot. I might need to hire somebody to do some grunt work. That might not be the right one either. I don't know if that's the one. Have to look. I found, or I got it, and then I had a guy work on it for me from Upwork. All right. Let me know what you think if that's the right config, and I'll write them. If you think that's the right options, then just let me know, and I can put it together. I can't do it until the weekend. I don't think I have time to do it. If you have any time to work on it, or if you want me to, we would do it together or something. Well, all right. So there's something else too. So right now I'm writing in every morning. I'm writing in like a permanent, like where the fair value gaps are on multiple time frames, like monthly, weekly, daily, rather than cycling through each. Rather than like right now, I have to cycle through each gap on each time frame, but I want them to be on every time frame. And I don't know how to fucking do that. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay. Um, if we use that example, I just think everybody should have access to it. I don't think it should be charged or anything. It's just give it to them. But I'll look at it. I wrote it down. Not free, but I would think that if we're all using like if David's using some version of that, or if I'm using some version of that, then people should be able to use some version of it. Just standardize it. I'll look at it later today. All right, cool. See you later, brother. What do you want to do? Can you check? I don't know yet because there were some accounting, I think, and even fee structures that are one is obscene and one is not. I don't know which one is. We went through this in the beginning where what's that? No, it was weird. Like there was there was there was different things. There was one was I don't remember if it has to do specifically with this, but there was some functionality price scaling that was kind of funky, and then there was VAT taxes and all that kind of stuff, like auto done through the service that we use or something. I don't know exactly, but can I? Do you mind if I ask? Did you have you asked Joe or? Yeah, I don't know if it's an issue or not. I remember we had 2 or 3 issues. Not issue, but it was kind of like AWS.
And Canada Synovus says it's unclear who will bear the cost of oil tariffs.
All right, so you want to switch from the PM Pro to Reckless, right? I'll ask. Right.
A reminder, at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the EIA crude oil inventories. Forecast is for a build of 3 million compared to the prior build of 4.070 million. EIA gasoline inventories forecast is for a draw of 1 million compared to the prior draw of minus 3.035 million. EIA distillate inventories forecast is for a draw of for a draw of 1.5 million compared to the prior build of 0.135 million. And crude Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.872 million. So a reminder with the numbers last night from API crude oil stock change came in as a build of 3.339 million compared to the forecast for a build of 2.2 million. The Cushing stock change came in as a build of 1.684 million. Gasoline stock change came in as a build of 2.832 million. And distiller stock change came in as a build of 2.689 million.
Sorry about that. Oh. Oh. Fuck. I can't do it today. Ah. You guys are listening to me talk. My microphone is on. Did I say anything terrible? Nice card. Yeah, I don't really talk too bad in the background. I was on a conference call, or I was on a call with someone, with a developer.
US natural gas futures extend losses. Prices.
Yeah, no, I thought we were going to launch a tool this morning, and I got to go back, not back to the drawing board, but we have like a free TradingView users, people that only have free accounts on TradingView. And I want to make sure that they have the ability to not have to pay for TradingView to use this stuff. And then I've got some other problems where I can't display multi-time frame stuff. And so I'm not a coder. I'm not a developer, so I need help as usual. I'm not the smartest guy in the room with that stuff. I'm like Peter Griffin with the long nails trying to type. I do read the books and stuff. Like I read all the books on. Like I read a bunch of books on from like the 1970s and 90s. Not a lot of this. Like I've got some pretty old school books. I learned a lot about AI that way too, like how AI was developed, like or written language models, learned language models. Like that shit was all developed in like the 60s, mid 60s. Like there's so much tech today that's not really new. Like autoregressive coding and stuff like that. Shit's all old school. It was all like it was doctors and scientists that wanted to bridge the gap between people that were blind or had hearing issues, like bridging the gap between what you're thinking and what you're either seeing or not perceiving or not perceiving, depending upon your sensory or sensory ability.
At 12 p.m. Eastern.
And a lot of those algorithms work in the stock market too.
Compared to the prior build of 4.07 million.
Yeah, my butt plug collection.
For a draw of 1 million. Prior was a draw of -3.
Holy fuck, we're just sitting here doing nothing. Oh, I gotta wait till the end of the fucking day for the move.
Forecast is for a draw of 1.5 million. Prior was of a build of 0.
Maybe I should run a poll. Can I run a poll?
Crude cushion inventories prior was a build of 0.872 million. And also a reminder, we get Fed's Muslim speaking to the Economic Club of New York about the U.S. economy and monetary policy. Text.
I got to talk to David too. I should probably call David right now because I gotta ask David about something.
Just a reminder with Muslim, there is a registration, but it'll cost $75. According to Axios, the Trump administration considers letting US Steel remain a standalone business. So members of the White House held conversations in recent weeks with Ancora, the activist investor, pushing to keep US Steel independent. Ancora Alternative CEO Jim Chadwick telling Axios there.
All right, so give me one quick second here. I got to go back into another meeting, but I'm going to quickly read some stuff off to you, some stuff that's come across the wire, and then I'm going to go back to this meeting really quick. From JPM, yesterday was a relatively quiet day, and the Fed minutes release catalyzed action in both treasuries and equities. The confirmation that the Fed is paused is not new news, but the possibility of pausing or tapering QT lead to lower bond yields and another move higher in stocks. I mentioned to several clients yesterday, quote, if you are looking for a reason to buy stocks, this probably is not it. But we do prefer up days to down days. Less flippantly, if the Fed were to reduce pause QT, this would remove liquidity drain, which tends to be a positive for stocks. It is unclear if the equity investors would treat this similarly to QE, where we tend to see vol suppression, and then a subsequent move to lower quality names, e.g. ARK, NDX. Separately, Trump mentioned wanting to do a bigger trade deal with China.
1 million. Distillate inventories at draw of minus 2.051 million. a draw of 2.051 million compared to the estimate for a draw
A quick second here.
of million. Crude Cushing inventories, a build of 1.472 million, 1.472 million.
We have posted out the EIA's weekly petroleum status reports on the feed for those interested. US 30-year fixed-rate mortgages at 6.85% for the February 20th week, which is down somewhat from 6.87% the prior week, according to Freddie Mac. According to Chinese state media, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi says that China is willing to further the advance of China-Russia relations in the new year.
What I got here?
According to the Nikkei, the Trump aluminium tariffs are to hit 123 areas, including chip equipment. Let's keep in mind we are shortly expecting comments from Fed's Musalem as well. Seeing comments come through from Fed's Musalem now, says his baseline is for inflation to return to 2%, but risks are skewed to the upside. Says assurances inflation is returning to 2% are needed before further policy changes. A patient approach is appropriate. There are scenarios where progress on inflation stalls or inflation rises alongside a weakening labour market. Inflation expectations have moved higher, would make the Fed's job more difficult if sustained. So again, comments from Fed's Musalem are coming through now.
You ain't got a lot of time left there, Bears. Time's not on your side. Time is not on your side. I see everything turning up. You gotta get a move on it, Bears. I always like when the Bears like sell the bottom every morning at like 10:30, and then they get their faces ripped off into the bell. I love it. We're down there slamming the put buy. We're down there buying all the puts that are expensive. They're like, woohoo!
That's according to the
The crash is here. They did it again. Didn't they do that yesterday or something?
Latest week,
Rawr!
December of 2023.
They'll be right one of these days. We get the elevator down, baby. Try. You only got a little bit of time left. Sellers are like, bam, bam. We've got till 2:30, bro, and then we're fucked. They're gonna pin this shit. Uh-oh. I don't know who I was calling. Oopsie.
According to Xinhua, Russia's foreign minister Lavrov says that Russia is willing to work with China and other things as well.
Watch out, Bears. You need a big fat red candle. A big fat fucking red candle, man. You need like that, just that big quick down red candle. Fuck you, bulls. Oh, see, I think I might have made a phone call.
Mexico's reliance on U.S. natural gas to grow amid rising trade tensions.
Oh, I'm like butt dialing. Oh shit. Oh, fuck me, dude. I got another fucking meeting today. God damn. I can't. All right, hold on here. God, I can't fucking get anything done. I need David AMS on the show. I need a partner. I'm taking applications for someone to be on the show. I really do. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that.
US Middle East envoy Witkoff says Trump's Gaza plan is not an eviction plan for Palestinians.
What else do we have here? What is this right here? I'm gonna.
And US's Witkoff says Trump's Gaza plan is about shaking up everyone's thinking and doing what's best for the Palestinian people.
Hang tight 1 second. I will try to make that. God damn it. SPX trying to save some face here once again. Trying to fight its way back up one more time. Watch this down below. The Bears. Just take a peek here. Whoop. You know, oh, wait a minute here. So this is SPX Gamma. Bears do not want this, right? Bears do not want. You got your consolidation for OPEX, right? Print out your OPEX. Woohoo! Boom, right? Trying to get that print again one more time into the close. We got what? 2 more days, right? We got today, we got tomorrow. And then that pin, right? Gets weaker. As time passes, market's free to move up or down. Calls get rolled higher, puts get bought, right? So I want you to pay close attention. Notice how they tried to sell you down right here. See how they're selling. Right? You shall not pass. We're going to try that again once we get up here. I'll go up there. They're going to try to keep you out again, but I think that magnet is still good, or I'm guessing that the magnet is still good. To 6150 until the close today, possibly into the open tomorrow, but all bets are off from there. Okay, so like as time passes, this no longer holds true, right? So let's take a look here. This is Friday at 9:30. So what are sellers trying to do? If you were a tactical hedge fund or a tactical hedge fund, you'd be unloading supply in here, right? And trying to trap the market in underneath. underneath. And what else? Underneath gamma, right? Gamma flip. You can hammer this down today, tomorrow, Friday, Monday. Downside, right? Market free to move, negative gamma, and we turn and we have lower inflows from retail, right? So if you are a like tactically short bear of some kind, right? You would want to, if you think that flows are going to stop coming in the market and you can get price down here as the pin comes off the market and no one's a buyer, you could turn what? Buyers into sellers, right? Trigger the sellers all the way down. We're not there though yet. We still have the pin in the market. Pin is still strongish. Likely into at least end of the day. Maybe the open tomorrow. So we'll see if we keep going higher or not. A key point here would be to be watching this zone right here. Like, are they able to keep price underneath? That's what they want. They like these sellers want to keep price underneath as the pin comes off the market. So just pay close attention to like 61.15, 61.20, this whole area here. If they do, if let's say you're long here and we begin to come into Friday, right, and we're not able to get up here to get a print, you want to close for profits and don't get trapped for this downside move. Does that make sense to you? So here, let's look at it together. Trigger screen. This is where they don't want you going any higher than here, right? Before the close today. Look at this together. So this is Thursday, excuse me. 6 p.m. right here, right? 4 p.m., right? So this was the drop, right? Wham, drop it down. And you can see sellers do not want this, do they? They don't want any of that going on. They want nothing to do with that. If you're a it's what the Discord buyers wanted. Bears need done by fucking 2:30. Sellers do not want buyers above here, do they? Now sellers can allow like a print to here maybe. They could still be in charge, but what sellers more specifically don't want is they don't want the squeeze up to the 615, do they? Which is where the pin is. The pin is, I think it's right here, which weakens, of course. They do not want to see price go up, right? Up to the pin for Friday, right? Whoop, here in Friday, and then they catch the back test. And then you wake up at like 6:15, 6:16 on Friday close, and they're angry, right? They don't want any of that, do they? They want this to be top, and they want to defend this right here. Keep it underneath for Friday and get the party to the downside started. So pay very close attention to today. I don't know how strong or weak that pin is. I can't say like you could put a condor in the market like right here. Wham, wham, and you could just control price right into the close. There's a bunch of different things that can be done to manufacture a downside move next week. And then the pin itself, I can't sit here and tell you that the pin is still good until close or good until the open tomorrow. There's too many factors, mechanics that you can't predict that shit. So We'll pay very close attention to it. We'll see if they can pin us in underneath. The one thing I would tell you here would be that if they're able to keep us in here into the close and into Friday, I would start becoming concerned as a bull. I'd be like, yeah, maybe we just close the profit that we have and we get out when we can. So we'll watch this closely. We have until the end of the day. We've got until I don't know, close or the open tomorrow to see if that pen is still valid or not. Make sense? Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, I did post some data for you inside of the Discord. Kind of explains it a little more, not so crayon-y or not so simply, but I'm trying to give you the simple trader viewpoint. What else we got here? I think that's it. Imagine there are plenty of cross currents again below the surface. I think that's all I've got for you there. What else do I have here? See if there's anything else that I've got. Maybe some more Doom, maybe? I don't know. We do Doom? Is there any Doom that I got for you? Try to get all the Doom out as quick as possible. Humanoids. Robotics. I think someone else posted that already. Mag 7 CapEx growth to slow significantly. Yeah, that's good. Arms race. What else we got there? Tesla metrics. When the fuck is Tesla stock price index earnings in PE ever fucking mattered? I'll post this for Tesla gang. Post this here for Tesla gang. The Discord, bam, right there.
It's Muslim says there's lots of risk in the economy right now on many fronts.
Your poots are on fire, by the way. What is this? What is this? I gotta post this for you guys later tonight. Oh, he's fucking stinky right now, isn't he? The sellers do not want buyers back in the box. Oh, what dude? What's going on? Nobody puts baby back in the whoa. Nobody puts baby back in the box. I need a what's that guy's name? He's dead now. You're running out of time, Bears. You've only got till 1:30.
To align with Trump directives as appropriate and
12:30, guys.
Feds Mutland says banking system is strong and well capitalized.
I haven't seen the Yeah, he's fucking stinky, man. BBG is pissed right now. He's super pissed. He called us all liars. He called Dr. CS. He called Dr. CS out. He called out he called us all out. Yeah, 100%, John. BBG is pissed. You could literally. I just read the article, and he's like, you can tell he's like slamming his fist on the desk, going, my rappers.
Feds Muslim says sectors reliant on immigration may see labour shortages. Feds Muslim says it's important for productivity to attract global workers. According to a letter, the Trump administration opens a review into whether to rescind the $4 billion grant in grants awarded to California's high-speed rail project.
Yeah, this is going to piss off people if we make the move higher. They, like, Brubner does not want baby back in the box at all. At all. You will get an update from Brubner if it does go back in the box. There will be an update.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says, I discussed with the Kellogg effective security guarantees. Zelensky adding had a productive meeting with Kellogg.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says Ukraine is ready for security agreements with Trump.
NBIS. Well, I got to tell you guys something. I got a problem. I have a meeting at 2 p.m. and I have to drive to it. And this whole week's been short, so it's been like run here to do this, run here to do that. So this is what we're going to do. It's 12:43. Over the next half an hour, I haven't been able to update market briefs a lot, so we're going to do a market brief together. The stream is going to be self-guided from 1:30 p.m. until 4 p.m. I have to go to this meeting that I forgot about, and I can't miss it. It's going to cost me a lot of money if I miss it. It costs me $1,000 or something stupid. I have to be there at this meeting, so we're going to do a quasi market brief for you guys. We'll make it free in public, so that you guys can get a gist of what market briefs look like. So let's take a quick run through on some expectations. So today, we've got nothing left. We've got a 15-year mortgage and 30-year mortgage, but that's already passed. And then we got a Fed balance sheet at 4:30. Tomorrow we've got PCE at 8:30 in the morning, but we already know what PC is, and the initial shock has already been taken care of to some extent. Although they might try to use PCE as a reason to sell the market. So if there's an inflection point in the market to sell, it is likely 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. We also know that OPEX comes into focus tomorrow, right? Everybody knows this. I've been through this with you guys a bazillion times. So the clench on the market that Vol Wiz talks about, Scott talks about, how the market is clenched, has the ability to unclench at the end of today, early tomorrow, into next week.
Fed bids for 30-year tips total $907.1 million.
On Monday, and I'll be here with you tomorrow, of course, but on Monday, we've got ISM manufacturing, employment, PMI, global manufacturing, all those kind of numbers. But I want you to realize that you don't really need to concern I think I said this earlier this morning in the stream. You don't really need to concern yourself with much here. You just need to look for the edges. So I want to talk to you about the importance of edges today, if I can, one more time, just briefly here. Let's go to triggers really quick. I'm going to delete all of this stuff here. And we're just going to look at edges, okay? Make it nice and easy. And we have an unclench, right? That's coming up. So here's pivots. It doesn't matter if you're bullish or bearish into this OPEX. It really doesn't matter. The only thing that really matters to you is that we're put here, price is put here for what? OPEX, right? It's here for OPEX, and then it's free to move. It's either going to move higher or it's going to move lower. And you should never allow, you should allow seasonality to be an influence for directionally where we should go. But we can easily have more time to go higher. This is the beginning of a season of weakness. It's not the end of it. I would be very scared to be long on any kind of like OPEX in like mid-March. Fuck no. That's bearish, especially if we haven't already gone down. But for the early part of the season, I would like to see, do we get it started now or not? Right? Do we come out of range now or not? That's the big question. So we have some guidelines here, right? We got this one right here. Hey, check that out. Look at that. And this also completes what? Do you guys know what this completes? You guys know what this completes? In my view, what this completes?
Muslim says any.
There's your high. There is your correction. And we're done. In my view. In my view, we start a whole new break above. And then we go higher. Yep. And then we go higher. Actually, it should be a pullback to about here. Then you get your big pullback up there. So my thesis is the way is still higher. We're not quite done here. And that would push us to where? If the correction is done, the way is higher.
Where there are risks, we will need to make choices.
Right? You get the bigger push up to 620. And then you get the bigger push up to a failure of 625. Somewhere like that. Make sense? And this would be into mid-March. Okay, at the latest. There's March 6th. There's March 14th. We'll make it March 14th. So put this up here. There's 18 right there. There's where's 18? There's 18. And this is my basic thesis. Higher is the way. Higher is the way. That's my basic thesis. Now let's say I'm wrong.
Zelensky says Ukraine offered the fastest and constructive way for this. Ukraine is ready to work 24.
Say I'm wrong, and this is actually, we're done here, right? We're actually going to do a big 5 to the downside, right? We're going to do actually 5 to the downside. So that would mean that this is not complete, is it? That would mean that we're going to reject, come down, come up and do 5, right? Make sense?
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour.
So what do I need to know here?
$9 billion in 30.
I need to know where our prior high is and our prior low.
Muslim first says, I favor communicating through forecast scenarios. So again, you were selling $9 billion in 30-year tips around the top of the hour. Prior bid to cover was 2.61 and the prior high yield was 2.055%. So Thursday's twice-yearly 30-year tips auction is poised to draw the highest yield since 2001, despite a retreat in prevailing yields from the highest level since the financial crisis.
We need to make that new high. We need to stay on trend and get to the upside, trade 625, 620, 625, somewhere in there. And then we blast down, and it gets ugly. Bad. Let's say I'm wrong here.
Well, that the most recent tips auction, which was a 10-year new issue on January 23rd, drew at 2.243.
I probably want to pay attention to some key levels, don't I?
Since January of 2009.
That's a key level right there. 605, 606. Key level. I really don't like this one down below, but I'll entertain it. Why do I entertain this one? You want to know why I entertain this one? It's the fake outs, right? If we reject here and blood down, and it's just a wick, we're going higher, right? I need the second one, don't I? I need the commitment. So as this rolls over, squeeze higher, make the new low. Then I'm getting scared, right? This is like, oh shit, bull season over. Fuck all that shit. That's all dead. And we're going to start heading down right now downtown. But we're not there yet, are we? We don't have the window of weakness yet, the window of up yet. We don't even have it yet. We won't even know this until the close. Today, tomorrow, Monday. When I even think that into Monday, here's Thursday, here's Friday, here's Monday. Whoop. Maybe it's right here for right now. Right, so let's get rid of this. Say we get up here into the pin, which is, I believe, right about there. They try to shake us out down here as long as we're not doing any of this on Monday. Right? I don't care how deep it goes. I don't care if it goes down here. As long as it slingshots back, we're still good to go, right? Still good to go. Worst case outcome. What I don't want to see is the break below and then that right there. If they lock us in on Monday, Tuesday, and they start to make new lows, we start doing this shit. I'm a little scared in there, aren't I? Make the low, make the new low, wham, downside. So I got to pay attention to this, right? So that means what? I have two places to be a buyer, don't I? A buyer here. Which I bought this morning with you. And I'm a buyer down here, believe it or not. A buyer here, buyer here. And what else do I need to know? If we break out, let's say we come into this window of weakness and we can wake up Monday, Tuesday, the dip gets bought, we're up and away. I also know that I'm going to be a buyer above. Buyer up here too. When do I become a seller? Well, I can't predict this, can I? I could theoretically be a seller here, with stops above, if your thesis is down. But in truth, I'd probably rather be a seller where I know I'm going to get the print somewhere in here.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $9 billion in a
Somewhere in there.
sale. Prior bid to cover,
If I see the weakness,
and the prior high yield was 2 spot to 0.
it does not recover. Bulls fail. Sentiment changes. Bad news. I'm like, oh shit. They didn't recover. I got to get bared up. Slam, slam, slam down to the downside. So I know when to be a seller. It's over here. Make sense? I know when to turn bearish. It's somewhere over here. Do I need this money here? Maybe you might be like, hey, Cap, you should have been a seller up here, bro. In truth, that's not true. If any of you guys understand how this stuff works, these are not, you can inter-trade these with stops, but your highest winner, your biggest like percentage winner is when you get the low and then you get the new low. Once you get that new low, this trade is like a 95% of the time winner. Same on the upside. You get the move up here, you get the move up here. Once you're right there, that's a 95% winner to the upside. Okay? Like, so there's bigger trade down here. Anytime you meet people that are like, I don't know, they're like, I top ticked this one here and I made all this money the whole way down. They don't win trades. I'll be honest with you. They have a very low win percentage. If they say they held it the entire way, they typically are not high percentage winners. If they're trading inside of it, they can be. Like if they're trading this to this, this to this, or this to that, or that to this, I would say, yeah, you're a winner there a lot, a winner there a lot. But your big win is always that big move, right? Not the work that it takes to get there. This is where low percentage winning takes place, because we're in this consolidation zone or on this time frame. At any rate, for right now, we haven't lost that, have we? We have not lost that support. And even though we're coming into a potentially weak, and I'm aware of that, right? We're a potentially weak part of the market. We're going to run with our expectations based upon price action, velocity, and not get trapped into that doom. So the first thing we're going to look at here is we're going to look at
President Macron says we are not planning to send troops to Ukraine.
This right here. This is what bothers me. I want to show you. This is mid-March, okay? This is what bothers me right here. See that like prior high right there? Get that. Maybe get a little bit of low, but that's still, we still haven't peaked out there, have we? Still haven't quite peaked out there. That fucking thing right there. And you got a little bit of a closing green week. Do you see that shit? Quite negative yet. Not quite positive, but a little bit more. Now we're losing the month back here. That's bad. You can see the month being lost. So there's deleveraging going on and momentum on a monthly basis. So we know it's coming. Just don't know if it's just yet. A couple of these like marked highs here. We haven't hit any of these yet. We hit that one. Nope, there's still a little bit more to go on that one.
Shortly.
So there's a little bit of like price action
Top of the hour.
to a 30% or 30-minute outlook. And let's look at this. This is a 30-minute. This is gorgeous. And this is absolutely fucking stunning right here. We're still bullish. We got a series of higher lows on hourly velo. Let's see what happens when that happens. We have marked lows. All right, this kind of looks kind of right? Somewhere in there. We'll put another one right there. What happens in here? Come on here. See what happens here. Look at market action when this happens. Another one right there. It looks like we got another one right here, right? We're not there yet. Let's take a peek and see what happens. Well, hello, ladies. Got a nice little fucking ripper right there. Got a nice little fucking ripper right there. Got a nice little fucking ripper right there. Got a nice little ripper right there. And I got another little nice fucking ripper right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not bad, huh? We got another one right here. So regardless of price action, this is telling me we have potential to rip some faces off, doesn't it? We have potential for it. So let's get rid of all this. A lot of bear doom, and we're gonna eventually trap you cap. I agree. You are. This doesn't look good. This hourly trigger right here looks kind of weak, doesn't it? But we're at a bottom, aren't we? So this hourly trigger is telling you what? That if price is able to get up, it'll likely squeeze above and go higher. Hourly velocity was showing you that on a 30-minute basis. So this green is weak. It's not strong, it's weak. Kind of like this right here, right? We're going to reject cap and crash. Actually, it's kind of weak. If we go up there, we might squeeze all the way up. Thursday, Friday.
I'll lead with the bid to cover.
Yeah, we could do that. Run it up into the close. Okay, possibly. Fucking, meanwhile, you got, what's his face is like,
That's part of peacekeeping and security.
die, spy, die, need new lows, die, close early, get rid of all the other nonsense or whatever, right?
Bid to cover 2.48, 2.48 with a high rate of 2.403%, 2.403%. The US sold $9 billion, awarding 93.92% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 7.24%, direct 15.29%, indirect 77.48%.
First downside target 562. There's the weekly and the monthly.
Yields on the 30-year tips rise after the...
This is telling me that if we lose support, we likely, if we lose trend, we're going to trade that right there. So if we break trend, right? We're breaking trend up here. If we begin to break below 600, the target is 562. There's a first target here and a second target here. So PT1 would be 585, 584, 580, somewhere in there, 580. Second target would be 572, and third target would be 562. So you got some targets down below if we lose it.
Euro extends gains against the dollar, hitting a session high after Ukraine. Zelensky said he had a good and detailed talk with US envoy Kellogg.
Here's where the daily support is. We got one more low here. Check that out. We could go even lower. And still be in trend, right? So this is trend right here. If you want to know where trend is currently, trend is at 606.79. Right there. Trend cannot be lost. Make sense? This is upward trend. Cannot be lost. Can actually trade all the way down here. And we're still on upside trend, okay? If we break below that trend, whoop, make new lows, you're a seller. Make sense? You become bear. If you ever hear anyone telling you something like, let's say we have price action like this.
Difficult to create a European army.
If we get this price action and a bear tells you, see, I told you so, like the see, I told you so, I would say to them, what? You need to get the low and the new low, right? So the one dip is not enough. You need the second dip, don't you? So you got to make sure two things, that you get the dip and then you get the second new low required. And if a bear ever tells you that they knew that this was the time, I would point to them all the way back here, the times they were wrong. Here, 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 here. They were right here. They were wrong here, 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 and here. They were right here, though, because you didn't get the new high, did you? They were right here. They were wrong here, here, here. They kind of got fucked in here, but you didn't get the new low here. You got the low, but not the. You might have. This one was sketchy. This one though, good for bulls, right? This one was bad underneath. Caught the new low, but school was all the way back up. They got the second trade. This is all a series of higher highs and higher lows. They did end up getting it over here. And they didn't get it here. 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 So if they do get it, this is where the magic happens. They do get the underneath and the new low. This is where the money is. This is where we start the blasting down, 85, 75, and hopefully 62. But until then, that trade's not viable. You must have confirmation first. Otherwise, you're going to get rocked. And you're going to be a, generally speaking, losing trader. So, what do we do with this? That's the big question. Big question, of course, is, are we bearish here? Are we not bearish here?
Cabinet meeting next Wednesday.
We know we have.
And Macron will visit on Monday.
Angry sellers there.
And then Starmer's to visit on Thursday.
That's a 1 hour. This is where they stand right here. This is their real angry. This is where the you shall not pass is. 4 hour or 1 hour. Remember, this is where trend is, right? We know that the hourly velocity is bullish. Friday, 6 a.m., 9:30. We think that the Friday Doom is closed. There's Monday. Where's Monday? Right there. This is how we're going to know right here. This whole zone. We're going to know more information on Monday if they can get down here. And if this doesn't get bought come Monday, woof. If you're bullish, you want to see price go above. If you're bearish, you want to see a failure. Buy the morning, sell the open to the close. That sounds about right. Right about there.
Surely expected the Fed reverse repo operation figures. New York Fed accepts $63.207 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. So 23 counterparts take $63.207 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. Minister Brad says joint Mexico-US work starts next Monday. Hassett says I expect 10-year Treasury yield to go down. So he is currently speaking at the White House press conference with Levitt.
Price target of Misfit was 420, or for me it was 420. That was the target. Close the gap on Misfit. I gotta go. I'm getting yelled at. I'll just give me like 10 minutes. I'm gonna get ready. I said 6909, but I bet it's 61028. All right, I gotta get dressed. I gotta get my shoes and my jacket, my hat, and I gotta go to this thing. There's no way that I can get out of this. All right, I'll be back with you guys in just a bit. I will be back before 4, I think. If anything crazy changes, I will update you. I will have a voice on the show. I will attempt to put my voice on the show via phone, I think. So I'll be back. New Squawker is on, by the way.
Down for the first time in years with the Russians and talked about a path forward with peace. On top of that, and one of the things that led to that was the tremendous confidence building measure that we had with the release of Mark Fogel. I'll remind everyone, the last time that we had an American released from the Russians, either we gave up a deadly spy, pressured our allies to give up a lethal killer, or we released, under the Biden administration, the world's most notorious arms dealer, Victor Bout, who, by the way, had one of his main clients for arms, the cartels in Mexico and Central America. We gave up none of that. This was released as a confidence-building measure, working with our great Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, and our Secretary of State as a first step towards opening these talks and then moving forward towards peace. On top of that, we've secured, just in a month, the return of 12 American hostages from Russia, from Bulgaria, from Venezuela, the Taliban, and Hamas. Excuse me, that's from Belarus, not Bulgaria. We also had, for the first time in quite some time, we took out a senior leader of ISIS, an international financier and recruiter that the military had been trying to take out for quite some time. And wasn't able to do so, frankly, because of a bureaucratic approval process. President Trump said, take him out, and that ISIS financier and leader is no longer on this earth. We've also taken action to eliminate other terrorist organizations in the Middle East. We drove, before the president was even in office, he started talking consequences for people that would hold Americans. Heretofore, there's been nothing but upside. You take an American, you get some better deal. You take another one, maybe you get a better deal. No more. There is now nothing but downside for taking Americans illegally, either as hostages or illegal detainees. And when President Trump sent a very clear message across the Middle East, but particularly to Hamas, that there would be all hell to pay, we suddenly saw a breakthrough. And now we just saw the release of yet another group of hostages. There have been dozens now, including 2 Americans that we've seen once again reunited with their families. As part of the talks with King Abdullah, he offered, and I think the entire world is graciously accepted, to take 2,000 sick children, cancer patients, and others out of Gaza as a humanitarian gesture. 2,000 Gazans will come out of that hellhole that it is, that wasteland that Gaza is right now, with unexploded ordnance, with debris everywhere, with no sewage, with no water. And President Trump has put forward a plan to deal with the practical reality that is 1.8 million Gazans now truly suffering. And then, just to bring it back to our own hemisphere, we've seen literally in the last month, after years of national security experts, the generals in charge, and others testifying and ringing the alarm bells about the Chinese Communist Party's presence in our own hemisphere, particularly in the Panama Canal. We're seeing the leadership of Panama step away from the Belt and Road program, move away from China and back towards the United States, and even enter into talks and other negotiations about addressing the ports on either side of the canal. And then finally, last but not least, we've had 4 world leaders in the White House, in the Oval Office. We've had the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of India, the King of Jordan, and of course the Prime Minister of Israel, just in the last 4 weeks. And next week we'll have the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and we'll have the President of France, Macron. So President Trump is on what we call Trump warp speed. We are all honored to be really serving under his leadership and his vision, and truly, when we all say, and the president himself says, he is a president of peace. He is a president focused on restoring stability. I think the entire world saw what the world will look like without strong American leadership in the last 4 years. And it's truly been an honor to get us back to where we were and back on track under President Trump's leadership.
Thank you, Mike. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm sure you're very eager to ask questions of these very smart people working very hard on behalf of the president. We do have somebody in our new media seat today. We have John Stoll, who is the head of news at X. As you all know, you're all on X. It's home to hundreds of millions of users, a large contingent of independent journalists and news organizations across geographies and political spectrums. And at the same time, X remains the go-to platform for many legacy news outlets. And I know, as I mentioned, many of the reporters in this room use X to attract eyeballs to your work. Prior to joining X, John spent 2 decades in journalism, including several years as an editor at the Wall Street Journal. We are excited to have him in the briefing room today. John, we'll let you kick it off. And as I said at the top, please direct your question to the individual up here who you'd like an answer from. John, why don't you begin?
All right, thank you very much. I am sitting in for a thriving ecosystem of journalists, independent and emerging news organizations who do depend on X for publicity, for a business model. And so I look forward to seeing many of them in this seat in months and years to come. I also thank you, Caroline, for opening this seat up to new media. It really is a testament not only to your open-mindedness, but also to innovation, that you'd actually think about, you know, folks that are not traditionally credentialed to be in this room, and not only have a question, but also to witness. You know, this is a very important intersection of power and the free press. Mm-hmm. And so just the ability to witness this and be part of it, it brings everybody's game up. So thank you for that. I think this is for Mike Waltz. My question is about Ukraine.
Sure.
For about more than 10 years, I've been fascinated, like many, with what's going on. Was in Northern Europe, working out of the Baltics when Crimea was annexed, and was a lot of this came on Twitter. The platform used to be known as Twitter. Was a lot of European leaders would talk about their disappointment and solidarity with Ukraine, but when it came to actually doing something, it felt like they were passing a hot potato and sent it over the Atlantic. I wonder how much of what we're seeing right now out of the administration and President Trump is a call to Europe and the European leaders and the allies that we've traditionally had to pick up that hot potato and start doing something a little bit more concrete to win and preserve the peace in Ukraine. The second question I have is, it's related, is there's been a lot of speculation that President Trump and the administration might be manipulated by Vladimir Putin. I wonder if you can just talk a little bit about the administration's posture and your confidence in the competence of this administration to go toe-to-toe with Vladimir Putin.
Well, if there's I'll take the second question first. If there's anybody in this world that can go toe-to-toe with Putin, that could go toe-to-toe with Xi, that could go toe-to-toe with Kim Jong-un, and we could keep going down the list, it's Donald J. Trump. He is the deal maker in chief. There is no question that he is the commander in chief. And I, for one, and I think all Americans and around the world should have no doubt about his ability to not only handle Putin, but to handle the complexity of driving this war to an end. And then on your first piece on Europe, I'll take you back to 2014. You're right, there was a lot of hand-wringing in Europe and not a lot of action. There's also a lot of hand-wringing here in Washington under the Obama administration and not a lot of action. They literally threw blankets at the problem. And so I'll remind everyone that Putin had some type of conflict, invasion, or issue with their neighbor under President Bush with Georgia, under President Obama with Ukraine 2014, not under President Trump 45, and again with President Biden in 2022. The war should have been deterred. The war should have never happened, and I have no doubt it would not have happened under President Trump and will stop under President Trump again. But I just want to push back on this notion of our European allies not being consulted as we've entered into this process. I already mentioned the immediate phone call President Trump made to President Zelensky. He has talked to President Macron of France repeatedly last week. President Macron
says that Trump spoke with Macron multiple times last
and then is coming here on Monday. Prime Minister Starmer is coming next Thursday. I've talked to every one of my national security advisor counterparts across the spectrum in Europe. I've talked to Secretary General Rutte, the leader of NATO, the Secretary General of NATO. We have repeatedly, by the way, we had half our cabinet, 7 cabinet officials, including the vice president, at the Munich Security Conference, all engaging, all listening, and all making sure our allies are heard. However, we've also made it clear for years, decades even, that it is unacceptable that the United States and the United States taxpayer continue
Walt says that Europe needs to step up for their own defense as a NATO partner. And calls for allies to pay up by June NATO summit. Miller says Doge payouts are part of reconciliation negotiation. That's White House Deputy Chief of Staff Miller speaking. Walt says that Trump's frustration with Ukraine Zelensky is multifold. Walt says that Zelensky needs to come back to the table on minerals deal. So Mexican economy minister Ebrard said he has had constructive dialogue with top US trade officials. Macron says we need to boost defense spending as share of GDP. Hassett says layoffs at the IRS could increase from 3,500. Hassett saying Treasury Secretary feels that 3,500 IRS employees to be dismissed is a small number. And Americans would save Doge payouts, not spend at all. As it says, replacing income tax revenue with tariffs is possible. According to a city survey here, as it says, revenue from China tariffs 500 billion to 1 trillion over 10 years. Hasek comment refers to China 10% tariff and the de minimis rule for the de minimis rules. So that concludes the White House press conference then. Fed's Muslim says that expects inflation to wane, but there are upside risks. And Muslim says that we'd like to see inflation making consistent progress. Consumer is healthy, but watching signs of weakness. PC inflation still seems to be on downward trajectory. Uncertainty issue, not yet a major restraint on the economy. And modestly restrictive policy is key to getting inflation back to target. Consumer and labor market are healthy and gaining confidence. Inflation is moving towards target to key support more cuts. So again, gaining confidence, inflation is moving to target is key to support more cuts.
According to Axios, US gives Ukraine a new draft on the minerals deal. So Axios citing a Ukrainian and US official and 3 more sources as they say the US gives Ukraine the new draft of the minerals deal. In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Barr talks about supervision and regulation at an event at Georgetown University Law Center. Text and Q&A are both expected. In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from FedsBar speaking on supervision and regulation, with a text and Q&A expected. So 1 minute now until we expect the text release from FedsBar. Ten seconds. So Fed's bar says it's important to have strong bank regulation and supervision against potential shocks. Says the Fed should not reform stress tests in a way that results in lower bank capital requirements. Urges incoming regulators to implement international capital standards. NYMEX WTI crude March future settled at $72.57 a barrel, which is up 32 cents or 0.44%. NYMEX natural gas March futures settled at $4.15, diesel March futures $2.50, and gasoline March futures at $2.09. UK defence chiefs seek 2.5% of GDP budget before 2030. That's 2.5% of GDP for the budget before 2030, according to UK defence chiefs. Brent crude futures settle at $76.48 a barrel, which is up 44 cents or 0.58%. US House Speaker Johnson says, I have no appetite for another funding bill for Ukraine. A US judge rules that the Trump administration can continue mass firings of federal workers. One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. 10 seconds. So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 to buy side 969 million, Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 895 million, Dow 30 a buy side of 278 million, while the Mag 7 is a buy side of 482 million. So for those interested, just seeing Rivian earnings come across the wire here. Revenue came in at a beat, 1.73 billion, and estimates of 1.39 billion. Fourth quarter loss a share seen at 70 cents. Cash and cash equivalents, 5.29 billion. That's a miss on estimates of 5.99 billion. And for forward guidance, they see their fiscal year vehicles delivered of 46 to 51k, which is below the prior estimate of 54.9k. So a beat on revenue, but a loss per share and less vehicles delivered than expected in forward guidance. So following the close of the US cash equities markets, just going to give you guys a quick market wrap of the session today. So stocks fell from record highs after the world's largest retailer issued a disappointing forecast, adding to concerns about the economy's main engine. Walmart, the first big box retailer to report earnings after the holidays, fell 6.5%. The company's chief financial officer acknowledged uncertainties related to consumer behavior and global economic and geopolitical conditions. That comes just days after retail sales showed an abrupt decline by consumers. A drop in bank stocks weighed on trading, with JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs falling more than 3.8%. During tough economic times, retailers such as Walmart tend to do well. It's also true that Walmart typically begins the year with conservative guidance. However, consumers are dealing with stubborn prices and high borrowing costs, and many are turning to credit cards and other debt to help them spend, with an increasing number of those loans going bad. The S&P 500 fell spot 4%, Nasdaq declined spot 5%, Dow Jones fell 1%, the Russell 2000 fell spot 9%, the KBW Bank Index fell 2.4%, and a measure of the Mag 7 megacaps dropped 0.5%. The yield on 10-year treasuries fell 3 basis points to 4.5%. The dollar declined 0.7%, and the yen led gains in major currencies on bets that the Bank of Japan will raise rates sooner rather than later. Canada's PM Trudeau spoke with Ukraine's President Zelensky and stressed that any peaceful end to the conflict must include Ukraine at the negotiating table. This is coming from PMO. This is a sentiment we've heard from Ukraine Zelensky quite a few times throughout the week. Fed discount window loans $3.23 billion in the week ending February 18th, which is up from the $3.03 billion the prior week. Bank term funding loans $188 million in the week from February 19th, which is down from $195 million the prior week. So in 10 minutes time now, at 4:45 p.m. Eastern time, we get some New Zealand trade balance data. Their annual trade balance, the prior was a deficit of $7.67 billion, and the trade balance, the prior was a surplus of 219 million. So for exports, the prior was 6.84 billion, imports prior 6.62 billion. So in 5 minutes time now, at 4:45 p.m. Eastern time, we get the New Zealand annual trade balance, where the prior was a deficit of 7.67 billion. Trade balance prior was a surplus of 219 million. Exports prior 6.84 billion. Imports prior 6.62 billion.